Hello. I always unmute my mic first, and I try to make the. I don't want it to be spoiled that I'm about to turn it on, so I try to be quiet for the 2 seconds before between the mic going on and the camera cut. Well, not really a cut, more of a scene change. All right, why am I so far down? Oh no, that's too high. There we go. That's better. Why not? Welcome to Fuzz TV Live on the main channel. Of course, you can check out more common or regular streams on Fuzz TV Live, which is just a secondary channel for streams. Sometimes with games, sometimes with movie watching, just like this one. Sometimes with random other stuff. And I've got a cat scratching to get in already. That's a good start to the stream. Bye in a second. Firefly's demanding attention already, because you know what he's like. But yeah, welcome. We are going to watch movies. I have one picked out to start with. For regular stream viewers who follow the streams on the other channel, it's not a Rothrock movie. We're not doing one of those tonight. We're doing something more mainstream. Not something that's supposed to be good, but I want to cross this off and finally just say I've seen them all. And with a certain movie seemingly about to actually release, it seemed like a good time to finally watch Dark Phoenix. So, unfortunately, we're going to watch Dark Phoenix. And then we'll do stream boss rules during the movie for whoever's going to pick, pick from the 3 options for the second movie. We'll do that. Hey Elsa, welcome to the stream. We'll let people filter in a little bit though and catch up a touch. Firefly. Yes, you. You've been fed repeatedly tonight, cat. Don't even pretend. Don't even pretend otherwise. Got a little belly going. First, I need to get you on the little kitty treadmill. Yeah. A little bowling ball. So, welcome to the show. Stuff coming up tomorrow. Lovecraft Country's been recorded. That'll be out tomorrow, as will the streams that will go public. That's already up on early on Patreon. The final Umbrella Academy of the season has been recorded. That may go up tomorrow as well. May hold it off for Wednesday though, because Wednesday may be quieter. So maybe I'll save that for Wednesday. And it looks like we will be switching back to 2 Star Trek episodes a week. Now that Umbrella Academy's done, the schedule's looking a bit light, so we can fit in a little bit more. You come, Firefly. Yes. I love shoving my nose at Firefly's nose. Well, cats always sniff. It's just their main point of like detection. So I like to kind of get level on the playing field, as it were. My cats are fluffy balls of fur, so let me know how that treadmill works out for your cats. I bet you'd love it, wouldn't you, Firefly? You'd hate it. You'd be yelling, "No, Dad, let me out! What is this? I don't like it." What about a big hamster ball, like a big cat-sized hamster ball? Wonder if that'd work out for you, cat. Have you rolling around? Right, that. He's being relatively adorable. Relatively. Alright, cat. Leave me go. Leave me be so I can talk to chat in peace. Firefly's always adorable. He's usually adorable. He has his annoying points. Usually when he wants something and I'm trying to sleep and he yells, makes a lot of noise thinking he can get me up. That's when you're annoying, isn't it, Firefly? Yeah. When you're annoyed. Oh, I need to get my pad out actually. Hold on. Got to keep track of these bosses for the month. I can't get Guapo, as on the other hand, is a pain in my tushy. He's lucky I love him so much. Yes, well, that is the existence of being a cat lover. Is the balance of the pain and the ass that they are with the love to never actually get rid of them. All right. So the current score for Stream Boss, which we're keeping track of till the end of September, because the winner will get something, is Fletcher 11, Cindy 7. So it's all to play for. A lot of time left on the clock. Firefly, don't knock things down, or I'll get very upset. I'll get very upset, you can't. I'll just move that up there. Or make it a little bit smaller. There we go. There we go. People are being oddly quiet. There's viewers there. I can see them. Yeah. I don't know. Where's my thing? Why am I watching Dark Phoenix? Because it's the only one I've not seen. I want to get it done with. And with New Mutants seemingly coming out, it seems like a good enough time as any. Just to cross it off the list. You know? And let's be honest, the movies that I suspect I'm going to love, I watch on my own. Usually. I watch the trash. I watch the trash. So. So we await the usuals. Although they're probably going to run away the second to tell them what we're actually watching. As is usually the case. So, hey. How are you, Elsa? What have you been getting up to over the last couple of days? Firefly. Oh, menace. If any patrons are here who are $10 and up, you have a new Streams After Midnight vote if you've not went and done that already. The Echoes by Morning vote for $10 and up patrons. Make sure you go and have a look at that if you haven't. Well, my only option to see it is if I get the Fox channel, so I guess I don't have to see it. Yeah, lucky swine. It is a weird that I'm the only one here. It is a little bit weird. I don't know why. There's people there. I can see the numbers. um, but we wait. I'm sure people will. Maybe I just turned the camera on too soon. That's it. We're at 50 minutes now. Firefly. Why do you insist on lying places, cat? Where you're going to start having to push things out of the way? Like, you've already pushed my phone halfway off the table. And I saw you voted, Elsa. I saw. An interesting new system. I'm looking forward to seeing how it works in practice. Probably maybe tweak the rules a little bit as we go, seeing how it works. But when I move my phone so the cat doesn't throw it off. Garnet Sada last night with my sister and our kids, and we had donuts for dessert. Donuts! Oh, I do love a good donut. You know I love a good donut. New follower on Letterboxd. Oh, look at me. I'm such a... That's an exciting person. Well, we do it for Ace as well. Maybe in the future. It's not something... We don't really feel we need it on Ace, because Screams has so many, like, there's so many new horror movies coming out, like, every goddamn month, that it's actually difficult and gets in the way of doing other stuff, like older movies and stuff like that. Ace doesn't really have that problem, so we don't really need it. I mean, we still might do it, just for the fun of having the vote and the fun of, like, helping pick some of the smaller movies that are new in VOD and stuff like that, but there wouldn't be as many getting added to it every month. It may have to be like an every other month thing for Ace, as opposed to an every month thing, but I'm not opposed to, looking at the option. Both. I mean, read a thing here about computer graphics cards. NVIDIA's next generation Ampere graphics cards will let you use the new connection in some capacity. Yeah. 2x 8-pin direct from the PSU and shrinks it down to a single 12-pin connector. What wasn't clear from initial rumors, or not obvious, received season connector, is the scale of this 12-pin configuration. Is it considerably smaller than the 2x8-pin? Blah 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 blah. Oh, hey Fletcher. Okay, interesting. Well, we're going to watch Dark Phoenix, Fletcher, and I know that's probably a horrifying thought, but I need to cross it off the list. And I figure it's a sort of, mainstream thing that we can all hate on, basically. With Stream Boss rules for the second movie. Hopefully we'll start it soon. Maybe the end of the hour. Give people a chance to show up. Those people are being oddly quiet. Poor Elsa was tasked with entertaining me on her own for a good 10 minutes there. I should put that up on the screen. I'll take away what we're watching just now, but sounds like a brooding tale of murder in Arizona. This is how we talk in Arizona. Hey, Cindy. Oh, both potential male Fuzz presidents are here. Scores 11-7 is what we left off on. I appreciate it, Elsa. I do. I keep putting Dark Phoenix off, and with New Mutants coming out, if I don't watch it now, I'm going to probably never. And I do actually want to cross it off just for the sake of having seen them all. So that'll be the first one, and then choice of 3 for Stream Boss at the end, with runner up between. I'm setting up a super PAC to stay in the lead. It's called Fish PAC. Did you see my question about the new movie from the old movie that you hate? I don't know. Was this a comment on YouTube, Elsa? Also, fish pat's kind of funny because it makes me think of a wolf pack, but with fish. The fish pack. You're on chat. Oh, I missed that comment. Sorry, Elsa. Yeah. Could you give me the Cliff Notes version of the Snyder Cut gossip while we wait for others? Sure. Uh, so it's going to be a 4-hour cut presented as a 4-episode miniseries coming in HBO Max next year. The teaser they put out had some footage that we knew existed, you know, with Iris West in it, who was cut out of the movie, and Superman in the black outfit, which was, again, basically just gone from the movie originally. Is there anything else specific that you'd like to know? I'm not looking forward to it. I thought the trailer was laughable with the use of Hallelujah playing over it. In fact, have I been on since all these trailers came out? I've not really been on to talk about the Batman trailer, have I? Because the Batman trailer looks pretty good. I'm into it. What I'm saying. I'm into it. Is it right where you are? Then I know. Let I see it. I don't think David's off work anymore, so I don't think David's going to appear until about another 90 minutes, give or take. Tyler should be appearing though. I've seen the new movie on Netflix with Robert Pattinson and Tom Holland. It looks disturbing. I have not. I have not. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't think. Of course, one of the advantages tonight is that super chats are on. Since we're on the main channel. So use that as you wish. Although, as worth mentioning, they take longer to register on the boss stuff than the regular tips do. Batman v Superman: Dawn of Tulips. Oh, Spider-Man. Sorry, Batman v Spider-Man: Dawn of Tulips. Are you going to Google it or should I? I should be talking to Fletcher about the dead brother. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be googling or not. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I had Chinese food earlier, and I've got leftovers. Sweet. Maybe I should Google fish monster movies. If I have to fill up a streaming schedule of fish monster movies. Ah, okay, the movie. That's what we're supposed to be Googling. The Devil All the Time. No, I hadn't heard of this actually. I'm going to go and look at my letterbox because I got a new follower. Interesting. And this fellow has 2001 in his favorite movies. Nice choice, but also Prometheus. I'm baffled. This is a paradox. Remember Horror from the Deep, so there can be some cosmic horror in there too. Oh yes, of course, of course. Yeah, I don't know what I was doing, but I was not keyboarding. Um, you've got a lot of Queen Cindy. I'm starting to notice. Queen Alice, Queen Rothrock, Queen Charlize. I mean, I don't really want to watch Event Horizon. I've seen it before. And we've watched enough Paul Anderson movies, Paul W.S. Anderson movies on this stream. I don't need any more. I've had my fix for a while. Thank you very much. The bonus ace was recorded yesterday, and it's a fun one. Look for that in the next couple of days. Oh, I'll just wait until the group watches it and they can tell me that I don't have to see it because I'll be traumatized, or I'll wait for your review and I'll feel like I've watched it. I mean, that sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan for a lot of the crap we watch, to be honest. But we need your fashion expertise in many of these movies. Or from the Depp. I don't really like Johnny Depp that much. I like Prometheus, don't hate me. um, I don't hate you. I don't hate you. But I can't get on board. I can't get on board with it. There's a live action Powerpuff Girls series in development. Guess we'll be talking about that in the TV news this coming week. Damn, I missed the stream. I mean, we're not that far into it, Rude Boy. I think you're good. You're good. You may be wishing you missed the stream when I tell you what we're going to watch. Prometheus almost works. It's very maddening. That's true. I mean, I sort of convinced myself I liked it when I saw it in theaters, but when I watched it again a few years later, it infuriated me. It looks good. It's a visually good looking movie, but it just doesn't work. And then Alien Covenant's just like a anal evacuation of a sequel. What's a decent found footage movie called The Taking of Deborah Logan? Oh, I've never watched that, but it's one of those movies that I've seen like pop up. Oh, do you know what? That reminds me, Fletcher. You mentioned that Ridley TV show because I didn't put it on the schedule. I updated the schedule today for like the next 2 months, and if I didn't put that on it. I'd forgotten about it. I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to do that right now. September. Oh, it's really soon. Shit, I didn't realize it was that close. Uh, Next week. Is that next Thursday? Oh, I guess that's second track. Yeah, might not happen then next week. Cool. Are we watching a Fish Monster movie? No, we're watching Dark Phoenix. Second movie, we're doing Stream Boss rules, but HBO Max specifically, but yeah. We're definitely going to review it. It's far too interesting not to review. Honestly, the schedule's a little bit late right now, so I hope it's good enough that we want to keep doing it. I just need to cross it off. I was wondering where Tyler was. It was weird. The first like 20 minutes or so of the stream, there was like 6 or 7 people watching, but only Elsa was talking. I was like, who are all these quiet, mysterious people just watching me silently? I mean, I know it's because I'm sexy, but yes. So you share Matt's dodgy fascination of Sophie Turner, do you? I mean, it's more understandable than your weird fascination with Katie Cassidy. Ah, yeah, so you're one of the creeps, Tyler. Good to know. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna watch Dark Phoenix. We'll probably start in about 10 minutes. Stream boss rules for the second one, and of course the stream boss thing that's ongoing till the end of September is still in play. The hell's quite low. Every time someone becomes a boss, they get a point, and whoever has the most points by the end of September gets to pick the theme for the general theme we'll do in October for horror movies on stream. Yes, you can put your as people were doing the other night. You can sort of give someone else. You can give because basically Fletcher and Cindy are in the running, so you can of course give them a point if you want. Um, if you would like to give them a point for the sake of that game, but keep your stream boss status for tonight for picking the second movie, I think we can facilitate that if you want to make that clear. If you want the perk for tipping tonight, but you want to like count the overall for the month to either Cindy or Fletcher. I get it. I get why that would be desirable. Is there anything else I need to say? Or something? If you're a $10 up patron and haven't voted on the new streams vote on Twitter, on Patreon, I mean, go and have a look at it. Or the Echoes by Morning vote. Vote for horror. Dear. I picked my theme since Fletcher is doing Fish Monsters. I'm going to go with fish out of water movies. Some examples, please. And how is that different from fish monsters? I'm confused by how different this actually is. I feel like Fletcher's theme also covers this. They don't have to be in the water for Fletcher's theme, I don't think. They just have to come from the water. And besides, you're going to confuse Ridboy. Ridboy's not going to know who to vote for now. Vote for Summer. As in summer set horror movies? That can work. It's weird to be doing that in October, admittedly, but it can work. I mean, my name is literally Pedro in English. But sure, yes. Ah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. You're going to have to suggest the movies to me because I don't know if I can like think of those off the top of my head, specifically for horror. But yeah, if you can give me a nice list of possible movies, you can happily pick that. I got flyers in the urinals. Good thing I still get to pick the movies. Don't want Elsa try to sneak this nonsense. Not that I've ever seen Devil Wears Prada. Never seemed like my sort of thing. Do I still have... Oh, I do have crispy nuts left. I didn't realise I had some of these left. Oh. Doesn't that mean that 80s and 90s just are the theme? Well, no, Cindy clarified that it's not literal fishes. Characters who are out of place. Which is actually very specific. But as long as you can give me movies that have that in it, it's fine with me. I think Cindy's just trying to be witty with making it sound similar to Rude Boys, thematically. Oh, what a promise from Cindy's campaign. I want to try and find us good movies. She's promising good movies. I do like Joe Martin. Hey, Sheldon. Oh yeah, I didn't get out already. I mean, we've done both Suspiria movies as well. There's probably quite a lot of options though. Oh yeah, Dart's great. Get in there, Sheldon. Right, I think I'll move the couch forward, so I'll put the screen off for a second. I am still here. You can hear the wonderful noises. Going to watch Dark Phoenix. Hope everyone's excited. Oh wait, Firefly. Okay. Yeah, that ain't too bad, angle-wise. Always try predict it in advance. Um, you guys really helped me with remembering the name of the characters. Still messing up on the names though. There's so many characters and so much incest. But when you watch it, you just understand. Yeah, it's actually really, it flows really well despite how complicated it actually is. But you know, you're totally right. Well, I think Sheldon would understand because he's got some context now, so he would understand the spoiler well enough, and then be annoyed that he's been spoiled. Whereas if you've not watched any of Dark, you probably could spoil tons of it without even realize you're being spoiled. All right, set up your movies, guys. We're watching Dark Phoenix, just so that I can cross it off the list finally. In the celebration of New Mutants actually seemingly coming out, I don't really believe it still, but I guess they're just not giving a shit and just putting it out. You know what I'm talking about, though. Yes, kind of. Okay, right. So audio muted. So you want to hear the tips when they happen, but you'll see the gifs, and I'll hear them. You're worried. Ah, because the world has to end now. I mean, it's just so funny that they're hoping Tenet's going to like revive theaters and people are going to like risk going to go see it, but then at the same time, New Mutants has just been thrown out there to die because they don't care about it. They just want to get rid of it. They don't give a shit about it. So we'll see. So yeah, have your movie pause at 0. Is this a contractual thing? They actually have to get it out this week and no later. We're watching Dark Phoenix, Allison. We're just about to. We're literally just about to start. And also, welcome, Allison. It's not that bad. We'll find out. We'll find out. I've not seen it yet. I'm just crossing it off the list. I'll be really interested to see what the numbers on Inception, sorry, Tenet are like. Just because, like, it'll probably do the best anything's done in a while, but it'll probably be much, much, much less than what it would have done had it just came out in a normal time. So I'll be curious to see how it goes. Wesker just stole that spot. Can't be worse than Resident Evil or what I saw of Jane O'Brien. Ah, yes. Well, I don't think they care about it either, though, Sheldon, to be fair. Like, I think that they're happy to just get rid of it. And be like, yeah, finally, just put us out of our misery. What are there? So, stream boss rules. At the end of the movie, by the time the credits are done, whoever's the stream boss, which the health is much smaller right now, it's much easier to get the kill. Will get to pick from 3 options for the second movie that I give them. The runner-up will get to veto. I'm going to have to start like a second tally mark here, actually, now I think about it. And yeah, that's the plan. So yes, everyone joining in. Have your movie pause at 0. We will start in 1 minute. 60 seconds. Wait, it's definitely time for the MCU to get the X-Men. Admittedly, this is the longest we've went without an MCU movie, which is probably a good thing for it. It's bizarrely probably benefiting from the break, just so everyone's like desperate for it to come back again. Is this even for a review? No. I just want to cross it off the list. And besides, watching bad movies is just easier with people that we can sit and make fun of with for it. Make fun of it with each other. We can all pretend we're on Mystery Science Theater and crack jokes or some such. Wah. Wah. What's on my screen at 0? Black. I'll tell. Do you want me to see what the first thing is? Just in case there's an extra logo. The first thing is the 20th Century Fox logo. The Gifted you're thinking of, Sheldon. The Gifted. Yeah, there's a couple of seconds of black and then the Fox logo. So time accordingly. Hmm. Oh. Oh. Cute pretty cat. Oh, no worries, Alison. No one will blame you. Lovecraft Country has been reviewed already. It'll be up tomorrow. As is the finale of Umbrella Academy. Plus, Screams is up early on Patreon right now, so that'll be publicly tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, I think it's time to start. So, yep, have your movie paused at 0. Or if you're on a version that has stuff before the Fox logo, then just before the Fox logo. So here we go. I'm going to count down 3, 2, 1 and press play. 3, 2, 1, play. Okay. So here we go. Should I watch X-Men The Last Stand so I can torture myself along with the rest of you? That might be quite funny. Go for it, Elsa. Go for it. Watch X-Men The Last Stand. Is it better or worse than this, though? The Last Stand? I don't know. Because The Last Stand probably is the worst one before this. X-Men Origins Wolverine's probably the worst one. Yeah, they had the X look a bit more fancy. Well, the funny thing is it's basically adapting the same story, right? In a loose way. Let me turn on subtitles. I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. As far as the movies go, I love First Class is my favorite X-Men movie. Not counting Logan, which I don't really count as an X-Men movie in the same way. Oh yeah, Fox logo. The Fox logo is one of the most nostalgic ones as well. It's going to be gone. Such a shame. Yeah, he did, Allison. It was Astonishing X-Men he wrote. He wrote 24 issues of that. Which it was loosely kind of based on. All the floaty glass. I'll be honest, I don't know who Warren Zevon is, so I guess he was singing the song that was on the radio before they changed the channel. But yeah. Well, Logan's a Wolverine movie. When I say best X-Men movie First Class, I mean the best X-Men movie as in a team, as in the X-Men team. It's easily my favorite one. It's just the tone, the vibe, the characters are likable. Does it have a scratch or no internal injuries? That's basically the dialogue from Unbreakable after the train crash. I call shenanigans. I never watched the X-Men cartoon, so I didn't hate Apocalypse. It definitely wasn't great, but it wasn't a painful experience, I don't think. Well, tracking what years they're in, Fletcher, through these set in the past movies is kind of ridiculous because the first one, First Class, is in the 60s, Days of Future Past is in the 70s, Apocalypse was in the 80s, which means technically speaking, a lot of the characters were supposed to have aged 20 years between the first and third movie. I don't know if this is in the 90s. Maybe? Do you know what's so funny? When the first trailer for this came out, I actually couldn't remember off the top of my head if Jean Grey was in Apocalypse or not. And I think she was, but I couldn't remember, which was, I think, very telling. Oh yeah, X-23 is great. Did 1975. Well, let's see this, but most of the movie, I mean, Fletcher, when she's Sophie Turner. We're definitely after the 80s because she was in the last one, the Sophie Turner. Or, I mean, we might still be in the 80s. We may not have moved out of the 80s yet, but. Hmm. Right. Oh, no doubt. I was reading the mini based on the podcast that he did for Wolverine. So I'm sure his ongoing is very good. Psychology maybe, Fletcher? Dark Phoenix Bob. Condescending. Not far, Bob. We're 7 minutes and 10 seconds in. Yeah, Cyclops is a fairly prominent character in the comics. The movies have somehow made him feel such a small part of the whole thing. 1992, we're in the 90s. Meaning that Mystique, Xavier, Beast have all meant to have aged 30 years, and Magneto too, since First Class. And they all look pretty much the same age. Daphne Keane, I believe her name is, yeah. I mean, she's good in that show, but I just wasn't into it. It's not my thing. Yeah, Cyclops isn't has never really been fully appreciated in the movies. Kitty Pryde, who I think is the best character in X Men, is like barely in them. You're positive. Why are you positive, Elsa? We're watching a different movie. You can start whenever you want. Do you know what's so sad about this is that this is supposed to be the first real X Men movie, and they're all in reasonable X Men costumes. They're functioning as a team. They're going off missions to save people, which is something the movies somehow avoided mostly doing. Even the originals kind of avoided doing that. It was always kind of dealing with stuff that wasn't just going on missions. And it's going to, be this movie. Ugh. I've liked X Men in the past. I'm not really interested in their stuff right now because Hickman's all over it. Wait, so I noticed lines of dialogue from Unbreakable. You're noticing montage from uh, uh, uh well, Nightcrawler's Mystique's son. Beast is a separate entity, I believe. Yeah, what's Ty Sheridan done otherwise? Ready Player One? That was weak, I thought. Well, the weird thing is that the sequels basically put that first movie in, not too distant 2000s, had to be early 2000s. Given where the rest of the movies are supposedly set, because it kind of solidifies it a bit more as it goes on, I think. I mean, isn't this Simon Kinberg directing this? I've heard about the Night Clerk, yeah. I think you've told me about it before, actually, Rude Boy. probably best not to talk about stuff on the Lovecraft Country book, Bob. I mean, I know you're talking about from the episode that's already aired, but um, saying stuff might or might not happen based on what happens later in the book could end up being spoiler later on. Does the Batman trailer feel like a different take on Batman? Yeah, it feels more kind of steampunk and industrial and detective-y. I liked it. I think it looks good. And that's the other point, actually. Just because I've watched the episode doesn't mean everyone in chat has. I'm digging Elsa's commentary for Last Stand. I get confused there for a second. Oh, that's right, she's watching Last Stand. Yeah, Ellen Page is because I just watched Inception last week, and she looks like a girl in that compared to what she looks like now. I really hope Marvel do some good X-Men movies because I really like X-Men as a property, and I feel like Fox kind of whiffed on a lot of it, like a lot of it. If there was actually blue people in the world, wouldn't the kid having his face painted blue be a little problematic? I don't know. I'm questioning this. I really question where I live. This cat went missing, and some person is willing to pay £2,000 for the cat's safe return. Would you pay such a reward if one of your cats went missing? Um, if I could afford it, probably. Hopefully, Firefly don't go missing because I can't afford it. Yeah, I'm confused, Fletcher. I feel like the last movie implied she already had something inside her. You're right. I've only got a vague recollection of it though. I mean, fair point, I suppose, Fletcher. Are there other blue characters in the X-Men universe? There's a few. I mean, the ones you mentioned earlier were the main ones. I feel like there's definitely a couple more though. Yeah, it's not a retcon. It's not like a change from the books. It's a retcon from the previous movie potentially. Yeah, God is an alien though. Oh, Cindy in there. Thank you, Cindy. First strike of the night. Oh, also need to put one up here as well. Sure, rude boy. I never mentioned that though. So the one thing I know about this movie is that Jennifer Lawrence really didn't want to come back for it and hated being painted blue. So I do happen to know that I think she's not in it that much. Well, yeah, I'm not saying it's the same in the real world. I'm saying if you're in the world with the X Men, would it be an issue? I'm not saying it definitely is. I'm just posing the question. Timestamp. Oh yeah, that's fine. I'm not suggesting in the real world there's anything wrong with painting yourself blue. Hell, Arrested Development, he blew himself. I didn't even recognize Chastain there. The blonde hair. Well, it's a new timestamp now, Bob. 22:34. Chastain with blonde hair was hard to recognize there. I think this was offensive to Matt. The idea that his favorite redhead was put in a movie with one of his other favorite redheads, and they dyed her hair blonde. Groot. So Smurfs have no ladies. I didn't realize Jessica Chastain's character was actually not like a human. She's a shapeshifter who's just taken the form of a human. I've never read the Dark Phoenix issues. I will at some point. I plan to work through X Men from basically the start someday. I just you know, need an excuse to do it at some point. What's happening? There's a music video going on. Oh, they're on a date. I believe they're aliens. We don't know if they have we don't know if they have Doctor Manhattan blue dicks is what you're saying. Man, you'd be annoyed if your Storm or Iceman people are constantly saying, "Hey, give me some ice." There was to be Skrull, but Captain Marvel was happening, so they are not Skrull. Ah, they weren't allowed to use Skrulls. Interesting, Sheldon. I'll see if I can spot the comparisons as we go. Hmm. Egghead, as far as I know, is not a comic book character. He was only created for the show. Or at least he's not been in a comic book in the last 30 years, to my knowledge. Maybe he is from a comic book originally, and he's just not been used since because he was stupid. But Captain Marvel's not bad. There's definitely problems and things I don't like about it, but it was entertaining enough. Oh, very true. I'm looking forward to the Suicide Squad. Convince Alex Garland to do X-Men. That would definitely be a cerebral movie. I believe so. I believe so, Fletcher. Wait, January Jones got knocked up by Matthew Vaughn? Yeah, January Jones is not a good actress. Yeah. I mean, as long as it was completely consensual and whatnot, fair enough. That's the rumor, and she says she'll never see her son's father as. Huh. Interesting. Is that why Betty Draper got pregnant on Mad Men? Probably. I don't know what the timeline is, but very possibly. Firefly. White chocolate peanut M&Ms. They're super sweet, maybe too sweet. I'm not a big fan of white chocolate, typically. Regular chocolate is good, or great even. Dark chocolate's pretty good sometimes. White chocolate I tend to not like that much. I don't, but I get it. I like it well enough. I'm having a hard time engaging with any of it though. It feels like a lot of characters are bickering. Mm-hmm. That's what I was saying, Fletcher. It's been 30 years since the since first class. There's several characters here who should have aged 30 years. One of the things about the X-Men first class and the X-Men comics is that I tend to find the characters very likable for the most part. And I think the movies from the Bryan Singer and then like I feel like the characters are very unlikable most of the time. And I'm getting that from this movie. There's not a lot of people here that I'm finding myself, oh, I like being around these people. They seem to be bickering a lot. Maybe. But Xavier's supposed to have aged 30 years. So is Mystique. So is I mean Quicksilver was in Days of Future Past, so he's at least 20 years older. It's like Frasier. When Daphne got pregnant in real life, they had to give her a fat storyline, and it was easily the worst season of the show because it was just kind of stupid. Not generally, else I don't think. Usually, didn't do that in Frasier though. She had like a whole plot line where she got overweight. 37-12, Bob. That's a bad sign, my boy. Oh, he really isn't, is he? I don't remember being in love with Bright Night. It's been a while though. I only seen it once. Oh yeah, the cast in Last Stand was mostly good from what I remember. Was showing up in costume like this going to make her feel welcome? Lying to her about all this is just like if he was just honest at the time and said your dad doesn't feel like he can like cope with you, you're coming with us. None of this revelation would have this impact. McSteamy? Who's McSteamy? Cindy's letting you down. Maybe Cindy gets the reference. No, Sheldon, I definitely do not. The CW is one of the biggest culprits of it. I have no idea, Fletcher. I have no idea if McNeil was going to show up or not. Here it is. Fine, I'll come back, but I want killed off early. It's funny how both this and Last Stand, not only are they both doing Dark Phoenix, but they both have characters unceremoniously killed off in a really unsatisfying way about half an hour in. That's a good point, Fletcher. The timeline has been altered. I approve of Tyler's thoughts. Yeah, that was 30 years. Actually, that was like 40 years ago, I suppose. 45 years, maybe. Nicholas Hoult looks like he's aged a year since the first movie, and it's been 40. Oh, sorry, 30 years. 30 years. This movie's unpleasant. Like tears in the rain, like a fart in the wind. That sounds familiar, Sheldon. I don't remember though. I agree with this, Tyler. I agree. Gabby and Honey Badger do have to be involved. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Honey Badger and Jonathan. Oh, is this Magneto? He's just going to Magneto. I mean, I'm okay with morally grey Magneto, who can do the right thing in the right context. It's more interesting when he's a little bit sympathetic, I think, rather than just being outright evil. Very good. I don't know, Tyler. He did have a face turn at the end of Fletcher where he helped kill Apocalypse. And wasn't he like mind controlled for a lot of it? Wasn't he one of the horsemen? I wish David Burt. Why? Why should Angel be at this? Ah, because Sheldon asked about Angel. She's quite likable in the comics, but yeah, in the movies she's been oddly kind of bland. Pardon me. Yeah, X-Men Red was good. Oh, shut up, Tyler. Shut up. This movie's really boring, I'm not gonna lie. I'm going to be very honest here. I don't even think. I don't think Sophie Turner's very good as Jean Grey. I don't think she was particularly good in the last one. Definitely don't think she's good in this one. She's not a good actress. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks so. Tyler, stop judging actresses with your crotch. Far too forgiving of Katie Cassidy as well, while we're on the subject. Who's the good guy in this movie? Is it Minio? Good question. It's a very good question. There's no one to root for. No one's been likable enough to want to root for or win or yeah. Well, see, I don't watch Game of Thrones, Sheldon, so I don't really. I'm not up to date in all the opinions of all all the actors on it. Well, the kid actor in these flashbacks seems like a better actress. I gotta hold my breath, Elsa. Movie's so drab. So many sad scenes of people bickering and blah blah blah. So now Hank's going to see Magneto. Magneto's all pissed. All of a sudden, it's everyone's coming to him. Can't have two redheads in the one movie, Fletcher. Oh my god, it's just taking so long for him to find out. Good. Or I know. Okay, fine. I guess Fletcher. I'm not. It's not exactly. As a script, it's not the most well paced. There's not a lot of momentum in anything that's happening. Yeah, I didn't realize Jean Grey was 7 foot tall. Actually, now I'm thinking about it. See, at the end of Apocalypse, when she like sort of accessed her powers and went like supernova, didn't she make the image of a phoenix in front of her? Wasn't it like a flaming phoenix? Am I making this up? If so, then the fact that people are just going to start calling her Phoenix in this is kind of weird. Phoenix versus White Lantern and make it happen. Eh. It's almost like they wanted to throw in like a little reference to the comics with the Phoenix thing last movie, and then after the fact said, "Hey, let's make the next movie about Dark Phoenix." Oh shit, we already like gave her some sort of Phoenix moment. Oh well, we'll just ignore it. This is the Superman 4 of the second generation X Men series. Kind of is in a weird way. And Apocalypse is kind of like Superman 3 in that it's not unsalvageable, but it's just not that good either. Two Phoenixes. Yeah, it was all about building up to her using it, right? To help win the fight. Huh. Unless they're saying this force just turned it dark, turned it evil, you know, I don't know. Oh, he's whipping out the helmet. He's like, I just lost Magneto. That means he's up to something. I can't track him. It's out of character for Magneto in the comics. They did set up in First Class that they had a romantic uh, relationship. So, and again, that was 30 years ago. It's definitely out of character for Beast. I mean, if they ever try it else, it'll be a long time, I think. They'll have a lot of successful X-Men movies before they even try touching Phoenix. But even then, they might not. They might just think it's damaged goods at this point. No one does care anymore. He's got a point. This is such a weird movie, actually, because we already knew that X-Men were going back to Marvel before this came out, so this just felt like a weird after the fact. Like, we already know this is, like, their goodbye for this version of X-Men. The shame it's such a weak movie. It really went out with a whimper. Did Cyclops almost just kill people on the bus? Well, what was this dreadlock dude? I would suspect that may be the case, Fletcher, yeah. Cyclops, you may be one of the good guys. Stop blasting innocent civilians. Storm did just cut off a guy's dreadlock by striking it with lightning. That's actually inspired. Meanwhile, Nightcrawler is being in a tug of war between two telepaths apparently right now. Yeah, Beast is far too ready to kill, or he's at least. I get why he's angry and upset because he was obviously in love with her, but like he's far too just. I'm going to fight all my longtime friends. Hey, Paul. You're not missing anything good. I would, I wouldn't worry about it. I'm gonna have to think of what the next goal should be now, actually, because we've hit the goal. That's a good point, Fletcher. We did have to Quicksilver. I remember him being hit aside during the scene where Mystique died, but I don't remember him after that. Oh dear. I mean, she already proved her telekinesis is stronger than your uh, mm, magnekinesis. Magnetokinesis is that? So what? He really should have planned this better. He knew that on a one-on-one strength, test the strength with her powers, she was going to win. She proved that with the helicopter. So in Last Stand, they blatantly just mercilessly killed off Cyclops and Xavier. In Dark Phoenix, it's Mystique and Magneto. There's so many parallels between them. It's kind of bizarre. I mean, that's true, Alison. Movies tend to have a different kind of standard, though, when it comes to these things, especially when we're dealing with like the same actors. Especially when it just comes down to you could just choose not to keep shifting it 10 years forward. Like that was a choice they made every time, and they could have just not done that. There's very little reason why this one and the last one had to be brought to the 80s and 90s. No, no, we're all watching this. Fletcher. She just puppeteered Xavier up the stairs. And now she's having flashbacks. Well, that's true, Alison, but those are all bad movies. It's not. I mean, it's not the primary reason why those movies aren't good, but it definitely didn't help them. I definitely think of different, like Nolan's trilogy, and now we're getting Matt Reeves' Batman. It definitely feels like two different, potentially good comic book runs or movie runs in this case, like the comics. Whereas Zack Snyder's run on DC characters, I hate. So I get the comparison you're making. Well, so you're saying to treat each movie like a new run? It's kind of hard to do that with the same actors, though. I get what you're saying, though. I mean, I think this movie's got a lot of other problems. I mean, I know I keep talking about the time thing. It's just a really weird facet to it. There's still half an hour left. I do remember they completely reshot the third act because the original third act was it back in space, and they changed it to a train, or was it a train and they changed it to space? I can't remember which way. We'll find out. We'll find out whatever one it is. That was the reason. That's right, Allison. Oh well. I don't know if Matt ever saw this actually. I know Connor eventually watched it. Not in theaters. He watched it. I don't know later. Oh, is Magneto not dead? Oh, I guess Magneto's not dead. Fair enough. So now the public perception of X-Men is completely ruined. In a couple of days, they've managed to completely ruin it. Everything with Jean's just completely decimated the public's perception. Here's the train. It would certainly be effective if we cared about saving June, wouldn't it? Morlocks. I think they're more Groots. I think they're Groots that are all inside the tunnel, I guess. Magneto sounds a lot more level-headed this movie. Like way more than Xavier for the most part. Probably Busan, Fletcher. Train to Busan. This just became a monster train. I haven't played a shit ton of that recently. Played for like 2 hours this morning. I'm on Covenant 15, I think. Oh, that CG in the guy's face was a bit. Ugh. Yeah, Beast just became a good guy again. Um, it, it's so funny to think this entire last section's all been redone. uh, oh dear. That mutant who was with Magneto, whose name I never learned. Yeah, the first 30 minutes felt like it was trying to be a sort of traditional X-Men story almost. Outside of the praise that they were getting from the press. That's a fair point, Tyler. Not really using the breadth of his abilities. Hmm. Magneto's powers are still a little bit cool. I can't believe this trade fight's still going. She was in the Tragedy Girls, I think it was called. Tyler, I think that's what she was in, which was decent, if I recall. Jessica Chastain's villain has like no characterization whatsoever. There's like nothing about the villain. We don't know, what her goal is, where she's from, what anyone like. There's so little context for anything that's happening. I'll be honest, I thought the train fight was pretty much done when Magneto like discarded the back half of it, but apparently we're still going. Oh yeah, both of these actors are slumming it. I mean, let's face it, Jean's going to wake up and be the only one strong enough to take on Chastain, right? That's where it's going. 20 minutes left. And I assume that's a good long length of credits. Uh, oh. Man, how much money did they spend on redoing it? Because I mean, this is all of this train stuff is all new, so they had to like completely reshoot a whole new ending with all the visual effects and everything. I mean, the train ain't moving now. My name is Jean. Jean Grey. And there ain't no 50 Shades of Me. Just the two. Regular and Phoenix. Why is this like a horror movie? No, she's just Dr. Manhattan and the bad guys. Some of the CG when she was jumping around there before was pretty bad. And now too, admittedly, but Cyclops can't die for the second Dark Phoenix movie. Come on now. He only died in the last one. It's nice to know that some people are out there still making bad superhero movies, though. Just when we thought we'd left all those behind. Fuck this movie. Oh dear. Oh, she made a big phoenix. She made an even bigger phoenix than the last time. Yeah, start phoenix, David. Yes, we're just wrapping up, I think. Uh, I mean, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but at least some of the Resident Evils had some silly things to laugh at. I mean, this movie's been just dull. You prick. Oh dear. Being grayscale for the gifted youngsters. I I think Last Stand might be better than this. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I think it might be a little bit better. It did become the Jean Grayscale in the comics as well, but under different circumstances. Not the Raven. Yes, Raven. Oh, that's Quicksilver. He's alive. He exists. I'm so glad they remembered Quicksilver by the ending. Wait, is Beast the principal? Is he running the show? That was a Buffy line? Oh, I was too busy talking over. What was the Buffy line, Alison? Is Xavier retired? Is this the ending of Dark Knight Rises again, but with Xavier? That seems like it. Oh, I wonder if it's Magneto. Old friend. Yeah, they're going to play chess. Oh, that line. Okay, yeah, okay. I mean, Buffy's not the only thing that's used that kind of sentiment. Is McNeil his Catwoman? Yes. Yeah, her anger, her passion. I remember the conversation, Alison. Well, that was a thing that existed. Alright, to the end of the credits for Stream Boss Rules. For the picking the next one. Uh and then we're ready for New Mutants. New Mutants has to be better than that. I'll be shocked if New Mutants isn't at least a little bit better than that. Hans Zimmer did the music for this. I mean, the music did sound fine, but I was not expecting that. That's so weird that he just popped in for this last one. It explains why it's all new themes, though. There's like nothing from the old ones, which always annoys me actually when there's no consistency in a franchise. But hey ho, not one of his better scores, obviously though. Yeah, it's much better. That is so weird how Quicksilver just disappeared after a certain point. They thought his score would make it feel classy. And he tried, bless him, he tried. He just took the paycheck and went, ha 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 ha. I'm going to phone this in. This shit doesn't deserve my full attention. This is not a Nolan film. This isn't a Stanley get a dedication credit. Oh. Gladiator? Oh, I'm still partial to a few other scores, I think, but Gladiator's definitely up there. How do we feel? For those of us who hadn't seen that before, how do we feel? That stunt person list. Oh, if I fly. Oh. I am the kitty cat. I am here to rule the couch. It was indeed not a good movie. Cindy's currently boss. So Apocalypse was better. Oh, for sure. I mean, Apocalypse wasn't a good movie, but there was things in it to kind of like. There was moments to like. There was some ideas to like. But as much as this would hurt his ego, not that we care about hurting Bryan Singer's ego, but the best X-Men movie was not made by him. It just wasn't. And then, you know, quick order from best to worst. Am I including the Wolverine movies? Are we including those? If we're including those, it's a different number one, maybe. Yeah, probably. Well, yeah. Yeah, probably still. No, okay. Alright, just X-Men movies. First Class is number one. And then, even though I'm not in love with it, probably Days of Future Past. Then X-Men 2. Then Apocalypse. Then X-Men 1. Then Last Stand. And then this. Is that all of them? Is that all 7? I think that was all 7. I might feel if I sat there and thought about it and like looked at the list in order, I might change it slightly. But off the top of my head, that's my instinct. I enjoy First Class. Hmm. I don't think the first two hold up that well though. Some people swear by them. I think they're kind of they feel kind of dated to me in a lot of ways. There's things about them that I don't like because they don't feel like the X Men that I like from the comics necessarily. Yes. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, the McAvoy movies just go downhill from the start. Like, the first one's the best, and then it just gradually gets worse and worse. It's so funny how Brian Singer came crawling back to X Men because he abandoned X Men at the third one so he could go do a Superman movie, and the Superman movie didn't really work out that well, and he came crawling back to X Men, made two of them again, and then probably wanted to make the next one but couldn't because his real life awfulness became too public to ignore. Starface was still better than Origins. That may be true. That may be true. Although I feel like Origins was at least funnier in places with how bad it was. What do you say the Wolverine standalones are best and the worst? Oh, I mean, um, well, compared to the whole franchise, I mean, Logan, I think is probably the better movie overall. Uh, the Wolverine was good, but then kinda the Wolverine is kind of a weird prototype movie where I feel like they don't quite get it right, but you could tell like there was a lot of good qualities to it and the heart was kind of in the right place. But Logan is like way better and makes it kind of redundant. Because the last act of the Wolverine is kind of meh. And the first one, X Men Origins Wolverine, is just trash. Tear maker. Surely we have to wait till we can see New Mutants before we could properly do that. Do I actually thank Jack Kirby for his That's kind of weird. That implies he's still alive. Or was alive during the production. Which he definitely was not. That is sorry for Birds of Prey. True, but we actually went back in and edited that in later. Oh dear. 15,000 jobs. My oh my. Interesting thing to put at the end. Oh well, there you go. Well, can we rename Firefly to Phoenix for you may call him Phoenix should you wish. Wester can't be done. Oh, you guys. Oh well, Cindy, looks like you're picking the movie. And since no one else tipped, no vetoes. You just get the choice of three movies. I'm gonna go pee first though, guys, so I'll be back in a minute. Um, I'll unmute the audio for now, but I'll mute my mic because I'm gonna go pee. I have returned. You know, it's actually a little bit chilly. I actually read that message before I left, David. That's cool. All the expansions. Ah, my pain. Ah. Dun, 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 dun. That main theme is reminding me of something, and it's bugging me that I can't think of what it is. Hmm. Is it possible I didn't trim that part properly? Or is it just sticking up because I was lying on it? It's entirely possible. Do 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 do. Big red machine. What's that? We watching a movie? Yeah, we will. I'm just uh, distracted briefly by something. A real movie? Depends what Cindy picks from my choices, I suppose. Where do I want to go look? Uh, hmm. Come on, Katie Cassidy being above Jane Levi and Emma Roberts is absolutely maddening. Dynasty Jokers as Black Label, does that make it out of continuity? That's an interesting question. I don't know if it makes it out of continuity by default, but this may be a question to pose. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Do, do, do. The list is nonsense, let's be honest. Well, I think it's in continuity for 5 years ago. It's just that we've moved past whenever it was relevant, bizarrely. I don't know. I get the feeling it's probably going to be in continuity the same way that Doomsday Clock is kind of in continuity. In the same way that the Killing Joke wasn't really in continuity, but kind of was because they started using stuff from it. I feel like it's going to be in that kind of ballpark. Alright, let's go Prime. Let's have a look. Mm-hmm. Exactly. I'm looking at options for movies. But let me dun, dun. You can refuse to believe it all you want, but is him. He's there. Man, Prime adds movies almost every day. It's kind of insane. Batman himself is not Colin Farrell, David, but Colin Farrell is in the trailer, yes. What are you guys watching? We were watching Dark Phoenix, but we finished. I am looking at options now because Cindy, who is the stream boss, is going to get to pick from 3 options. So I am currently looking to see what to pick. Was it trash? Yes. it was. It was extremely bland and dull and derivative. Hmm. Go on then, Fletcher. Wow us with your discovery. Why hasn't he ever played a DC villain? Maybe they won't pay him enough. I don't know. Good question though. God. Oh, I don't know if I want to do that to myself. Okay. Let me double check that's actually available. Sometimes Just Watch gets it wrong. I'm so proud of you, Fletch. I'm proud of you. Collateral, which is like one of his best movies, David. He's the bad guy in that. I said it before you typed it on my end. There's so much crap on Prime. It's really quite impressive. Enough of that. Oh, where's the leaving soon rule? Always a good one to look at. Or limited time on Prime, whatever they call it. They always change the order of these things. Oh, new crypt movie, you say? Interesting. I said this. I don't know if anyone else wasn't here earlier, but just in case there's anyone else who wasn't here earlier, if you're a $10 patron or up, make sure you go check out the new vote that went up this week for Screams, a new monthly vote. Go and have a look. Make sure you vote on it. Oh dear. Interesting. I just thought of an idea for a goal and I'm scared to actually do it. Alright. I'll just go on my watch list now. Okay, 3 choices for Cindy. I'm trying not to use ones that I've used recently. Eventually some of the same stuff will cycle back in, but Patreon says you raise your pledge in order to see a post. What post is it? I don't think there's any post. I mean, there is a technically tiers above yours, but there's nothing that would be posted. You Italian for male Fuzz. You pick the shite movies and we'll review it. I don't know, I can't see it. Oh, let me check. Let me check. Let me turn my VPN off first. If there's a you can select individual tiers. There's a chance that I've accidentally unchecked the $30 tier, maybe, and that's why you can't see it. What's this notification? Cindy liked the streams after midnight post. Thank you, Cindy. Published. Is it the newest one? How far down is it? Does it say when it was posted? So I can work out which one it is? Krill Peter is on Prime. The trailer for that looked pretty bad, so I don't know if I'm willing to put that in the options there for you. Besides, if I put that in the options, I know you're going to pick it. This Krill Peter's the biopic for Connor. How dare you? Is there any kind of signifier, David, of what this post is? Like in terms of time it was posted, or just how many it is from the top? Is it the newest one, second newest, third newest? I mean, oh, they sent a photo to me on Twitter. I suppose that'll be useful. Oh, so it's not a specific post. Or maybe it is. It's above the vote. It's just telling you there's one post. So there's clearly a post somewhere, David, that I've accidentally clicked off one of the checkboxes. 1BR. We reviewed that already in streams, rude boy. I don't think that specifically tells me which one it is. If it's a new thing though, so presumably it's one of the recent ones. Actually, I'll click edit on the last like 3 or 4 and see what they all say. Ah, all the boxes are ticked. All the boxes are ticked, except the ones that's not supposed to be. All the boxes are ticked. All of these choices look terrible. What, in the new vote? I don't know. One or two of them might be okay. This is basically to cut down how many of these new VOD movies we do, so we're just letting patrons kind of have a hand in help picking them. So that we've got time every month to maybe do a couple more old movies or work through franchises a bit quicker. Because, I mean, if you look at the franchises, like, look at Hellraiser, for example, we're literally doing 2 of those a year. We should be able to get through it quicker than that. It's because we're too concerned keeping up with all the new stuff. So all the stuff that I would normally feel compelled to chase and keep doing new stuff of, we're trimming down a bit. No, that's not what Alison. Alison, behave yourself. I don't know what the post is, David. It's not any of the newest 4. I'll try another 3. That one's maybe 10 up, which is fine. That one's public. It's not the newer ones, David. So clearly there's a post somewhere that I have accidentally not clicked the $30 option on. It's just a mistake, but I have no idea what post it is, so I can't fix it. How's that vote going? Are you voting right now, Alison? You're looking at it and going, interesting. Obviously, your first pick is worth more than your second pick, as you would expect. And I assume Fletcher is happy that there's a slightly different voting system on this one. What in this vote? La Llorona, Clownface, The Pale Door, Open 24 Hours, and The Shed. But some of the losers will stick around. The list will keep getting bigger. Only the one with the lowest amount of points is going to get deleted. It's progress. I'll take that. Timothy already watched The Pale Door. Did he? How dare he? He knew that was in consideration for review. Oh, David's just voted. Oh, David, you actually just gave something points that had no points before. Interesting. Interesting. Hmm. You could beat Tyler. He does randomly tweet he's watching a lot of stuff, usually. Such a typical American voting uninformed. I'm pretty sure Cindy voted purely based on the posters. Which I mean, maybe you'd argue is somewhat informed, I don't know. I thought he tweeted about Pale Door, or it was probably someone else. It may have been someone else. Which movie has the most denim? Although apparently Shudder picked up Slacks, the Jeans movie. I think that's one that won't be in the vote. That's one we're just going to do because I really want to watch that movie. I really want to watch Slacks. I think most of the movies have trailers, Alison. If you want to type, maybe in future months, I'll copy and paste some synopsis for the new arrivals. I won't do it for all the old ones, but for the new ones getting added to the list each month. Oh, there's Alison's votes in. Too much effort. Fair enough. The oh, that is interesting how that's changed things actually. The pale doors from the right are above a Hotep, so I don't know if that sways anyone. But cool, cool. So if anyone didn't get the description of this on Patreon, the idea of this is that obviously the one with the most points will get done, just like a normal vote, and the one with the least amount of points will get deleted from the list, and there'll be a selection added next month. So it could be anything from 2 movies to 6 movies. It just kind of depends on the month. Says the pale door of a growth on his pecker. Quality reference. So the list will get bigger, but one will get deleted every month. If there's a tie for the lowest scoring, I think both will get deleted just to keep it a bit leaner if there's a chance to. But I mean, we might massage the rules a little bit as time goes on, see it in practice. But it's between the June premium vote and the May multiverse one. Oh god, that's ages ago. Right, hold on. Right, posts published. It's between the June premium vote and the May multiverse one. Alright, June premium vote. Now, when you say a June premium vote, you mean the one posted in June? I assume? It wasn't posted in May? I think I've streamlined the naming system for them so they match, but they never used to be. Right, there's June vote winners. There's the votes. It's titled June. Okay. So June premium vote, where's that? June premium vote. It's between June premium vote and the May multiverse vote. June premium vote. Wait, the May multiverse vote's not next to that. There's quite a lot in between that. That's not that narrowed down. Oh, no worries, Alison. Have a good night. Should be the only image one. Before the premium vote, where's the first one with image? These are all early access. Bonus bit, early access. Early access. Lot of early access. There's an audio pause. If it's an image, it's probably another vote, but that would mean it was from the votes from before. There's the May vote. There's nothing in between those two that's an image. I'm giving up, David. I'm giving up. I'm just wondering how many of these minor positions get picked based solely on who has the cooler sounding name. Probably far too many, would be my guess, Fletcher. Probably far too many. Far too many. Okay. Right, I've closed the tab. We're not going back, David. I don't think there was June one. I mean, assuming May's the one that picked the Power Rangers Justice League book, there shouldn't be one after that. If it's the one that picked Shazam, then there will be, but I think it's too late for that, I think. Hey. What's the score? Cindy took a victory tonight, and the score is now 11 points to Fletcher, 8 points to Cindy. So it's only a few apart. with over a month to go. I suppose I should put a new goal. I have a idea for one that I'm not exactly thrilled about, but why wouldn't you be able to use Google in a voting booth? Other than the fact that you're maybe hogging the voting booth for too long. Because you're in there Googling away. But it's a fair point. Okay, so November's vampire month, right? And it occurs to me, if I'm ever going to do a Twilight goal, that having one end at the start of November for vampire month seems like an idea. This wouldn't be for reviewing on streams though. I don't think I could do the rest of that to Tim. I support the goal, but I refuse to watch any of them. Well, there's no point in me putting the goal then. If regulars are going to be like, no, we're not watching them. The only solace I get out of these goals for bad movies is that I have people to suffer with. I'll think of something else. If that one's not suitable, I'll think of something else. Oh. I'm going to sit back for a minute. Synergy Batman month. Sorry, Synergy Vampire month and the Batman. How about streams after midnight where we watch it? I mean, we do still owe that. I'll talk to Tim about it Sunday. Basically, I can't make any promises, but I'll speak to Tim. It may be a good idea. Maybe you'll feel better about just having to suffer through it and not have to actually review it properly. Especially given that it's not really a horror movie, so it's kind of a weird episode to do anyway. How many Twilight movies? Obviously within the first one, but how many is the rest? 2, 3, and then 4 was split in 2. So there's 4 movies left, right? There's 5 movies total, so there's 4 left. Even if it's not reached off to watch, I pay good money for that. What? Oh, you mean 50 Shades of Grey? Oh, sure, yeah. That's. I mean, it'll definitely get watched in some capacity, David. You're owed that. Don't worry. There wouldn't be an extra goal for this 50 Shades thing. If Tim agrees to do it on stream instead of doing a review, then we'll just do it on stream. Do it on a stream. That won't be the goal for whatever. I'm considering putting a goal for it, Elsa. I'm just thinking what it would be, goal amount wise. Because I think there's 4 movies left. No one's confirmed that yet, but I think there's 4 movies left. I mean, do I do a goal at the Resident Evil one where every 100 or whatever it unlocks the next one, or do I do a slightly bigger amount and say if it doesn't get hit by the start of November, then bleh, I don't know. On the upside, David, there's going to be a lot more campaigning for the next month. So I mean, the first little chunk might not rely on you as much. Um, because I think my pride says that each movie should be worth more than a Resident Evil. I saw that headline earlier, Tyler. I never saw Powerpuff Girls though. I have no I have no attachment to it. I mean, the goal could even go to the end of November. Really, thinking about it. The only thing is though is that we'd have to watch them in November, so maybe maybe like a week before the end of November. Firefly. For you. Ah. This water is officially kind of warm. Human, what are you doing? You're littering. I'm not littering. I'm just placing it there till I get up. Sorry, Firefly. Eh. Hmm. Doing the increment one where it's at like 150 per movie is kind of weird. It's hard to kind of put that into the instructions. I guess I could just do 4 individual goals. Firefly. I'm a kitty, yeah, I'm dancing. I'm a kitty, and I'm dancing. I'm a kitty, and I'm dancing. Do, 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 do. Are you a Jellicle cat, Firefly? No? I didn't think so. Okay. Cool. Mm. Okay, let's pick the 20th of November. You know what? If I don't put a 0 in the starting amount, just assume it's 0. Come on, Streamlabs. Are you mad? Alright. Oh. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Let me put Apocalypse, Dark Phoenix into my. Also, how dare you not mention Scott Snyder has his own label now on Constant Universe? That's not DC Comics news, is it? I'll be honest, I didn't even see that. If I'm being completely frank. I'm going to go back, but I found the one that says Screams After Midnight July episode 4, June 14th, 2019. 2019? I don't know the explanation for that. Well, I can probably guess the explanation for it, but good to know. I mean, it doesn't really matter if you can see the votes. That's much later anyway. Well, I think because there was a time when you couldn't do like specific tiers. It was just always like everything above it, basically, or everything under it. But they changed that like last year, or maybe yeah, it must have been late last year. Where now I can do like check marks and say that this tier doesn't get something or this tier does get something. So when everything like transferred over, there was some stuff that if I made a new tier, that new tier wouldn't have any of the things checked in any posts. So, for example, I remember Board Now needed me to go back and like approve a bunch of the Buffy commentaries because they weren't showing up for him in the $10 tier. If David is not your soulmate, I don't know who is. What? How dare you? How dare you? What am I at for this week? 6 movies? Bit lower than last week. I got to 9 last week. Oh, I've got another day still, but still. Still though, average up to 5.7 a week. 24.2 average a month. Dun, 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 dun. Boom. Ba-da-dum. Da-da-dum. Dun, 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 dun. So yeah, there's a new goal in place, and it makes sense to have one because all the political donations, quote unquote, not real, for YouTube says I'm violating something. I just wait at 300 by the end of the year, and I'll be happy. I'm on track for that. I'm at like 194. So as long as I hit 200 by the end of this month, I'm on track for 300 because this is the end of the second third. Because there's 4 months left after this. So you want to be at 200 in like a week and a half's time. Yeah, you're on track. I'm just under. I'm a little bit behind from the start of the year, but my average over the last month or two is much higher than the rest of the year. So I'm making good pace now. Yeah, you want to say I've watched 300 movies in 2020, and because we both use Letterboxd, we can track that. I don't think we'll watch another movie tonight. Cindy, I'll just give you the pick. Next time, which may be tomorrow. Might as well feel up to it. But I don't think I should be busy tomorrow night. Can we do the horror point spreadsheet thing again this year? Yeah, the Octoberthon points. Yeah, we can do that. I'm telling you, just flip on the land before time moves over for a 24-hour period. Plus 12 movies. Wait, what? Just flip on the land? I have no idea what you're saying to me, David. Just flip on the land before time moves over. Just remind me mid-September, Tyler, to make a spreadsheet up. I mean, I'll just use the template from before, but I'll maybe change a few little details. Ah, I didn't get it was a title because David's grammar is terrible. But yes, I have seen. I mean, I loved the original Land Before Time when I was a kid. I definitely recorded off the movie channels the first like 3 or 4 sequels and watched them maybe once or twice. But the original I watched a lot as a kid. I definitely didn't get up to the upper sequels though. Hey Wesker, you getting comfy, pretty cat? Yeah, look, I'm getting comfy. Do 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 do. Remember, streams after midnight is this Saturday, and we will be watching the boy on that stream. It will be on this channel as well, not on the Melfuzz TV Live. You should watch a bunch of short rom coms so you can hit 400 movies. So you want me to fit in another extra 100 on top of my pacing. That would mean essentially doubling my average. Watching the boy who asked. David, I'm fairly certain you were a big part of making that goal happen. So I guess that's the joke, but I big recollection. I mean, to be fair, Elsa, horror movies are also typically very short. I mean, if I average like 8 movies a week now, I don't know if I'd get to 400 in that case. I feel like if the goal after 300, if I could hit anything, would be 365, because that would be an average of 1 movie a day. That would be cool. I've never done that before. Watch one of the Hallmark Christmas romance movies. If you've ever seen one of them, you've seen all 50 plus. So essentially, I did the first Twilight. The first 150 gets Twilight 2, and then after that, Twilight 3. Yeah. Yeah, there's four. There's 4 more left, unless someone corrects me and it's not 4. But I think there's 4 left, and there's 5 total movies, so there's 4 sequels. But the goal's not. I mean, the deadline for this is like the 20th November. There's time. This can go up very slowly over time. We're not actually going to watch it, even if we get to Twilight 2 quite quickly. We're not going to watch it till November though, because that's Vampire Month. Twilight 2, the sparkling. Oh. Oh dear. Yeah, boys on Saturday. Two's the worst one? Hmm. Fireflies on my chair. Doing cat things. What's the Rocket Era period movies? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like our movies are all too low budget to be period pieces. I was bored by the first Twilight. I'm conflicted. You mean Phoenix? Oh yeah, all right. Phoenix is on the chair, licking himself, and I think now he's doing the little. Oh, he's scratching his ear, and the cat scratch. Now he's looking over at me because I'm not looking over at him. Yeah, yeah. Next movie stream, we'll Cindy will get her pick, and then we'll do China O'Brien too. I imagine. Steampunk. The Amazing Screw-On Head Pilot. I have not. I have not seen no such thing. Michael Sheen. Slumming it in Twilight. I mean, everyone slums it in Twilight. The one episode cartoon show pilot starring Paul Giamatti is the voice of a secret agent robot who works for Abraham Lincoln. What? Interesting. Interesting. Oh dear. God, Dark Phoenix sucked. Oh, it really did. Oh, he probably did. He probably enjoyed the money. It was sort of like getting consistently for a few years, but I know, I know. Maybe we can play a game when we're watching. I mean, assuming we hit the goals, obviously, but we could play a game when we're watching, which is in every scene that Patterson's in, like on a scale of 1 to 10, how much does he hate being there? we can, we can. I don't know. Maybe Fletcher can take a shot every time we feel like he goes below a 5. And then Fletcher, we might need a goal after the Twilight goal to pay for Fletcher's medical bills because he's going to have to get his stomach pumped probably. uh, oh, he didn't want Nolan to know he was going to be the new Batman. That's quite funny. I was grateful to work, but it was no secret, Elsa, that he is quite opinionated about Twilight. Yeah, he's about to be in Tenet and the new Batman movie. He's about to like really change his image mainstream. I love the idea of like when asked like, "Oh, so did you change your workout routine to be Batman?" And just go, "Yeah, I've been doing a few sit-ups, a couple of push-ups a day, nothing too extreme. No one's got time for that. A little bit." Oh, I did not see that, David. That sounds pretty cool. I will watch that later. I'm not leaning forward. Not leaning forward just now. Hmm. So, is there anyone here who cared that I was doing Babylon 5 before? I don't know if that. I mean, people did care, but I don't know if anyone who specifically comes to the streams cares about it. Maybe Sophie Turner will turn it around like Robert Pattinson did. I mean, who knows? Maybe it can happen. Honestly, the best I've seen her in something was Barely Lethal because she was just kind of having fun being evil in that. Because it was kind of like a light-hearted thing. Um, Anytime she tries to do emotions is when she falters, which is pretty bad for an actor. Never watched the show, Pete. Ah, that's fine. I was curious if anyone here was someone who was upset that it stopped happening. Oh yeah, Pattinson's terrible in Twilight. I was making fun of him constantly when we watched it. All right, I was just going to fill you in some stuff if anyone cared, but it doesn't matter. God, bunch of swines. Do 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 do. Dun, 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 dun. So we were, and we still are going to now. Me and Tower are going to start Babylon 5. We start recording next week. It will be a couple of weeks before it goes up, though. It's basically replacing the new Twilight Zone. The safe word? Okay. I'll think of a safe word. Are you starting from the beginning? Yes. Yes, we are. it's been so long since I watched the first like 15 or so episodes that I had to watch from the start anyway. Tara needs to watch from the start. It just made sense to, you know what, we'll just do it both from the start. So that's going to be an ongoing thing, along with Twilight Zone and obviously me and Connor doing Star Trek. So there's a few old shows going. And if you're looking forward to the next 6 Feet Under, that is coming out tomorrow. We recorded it. We actually recorded it on Friday, but I didn't have time to do much over the weekend. The weekend's so busy with watching and recording streams and reading and recording comics and putting that up. Gotta get it before you start DS9, I guess. Yeah, because DS9 was apparently somewhat inspired by Babylon 5. I liked what I saw before, so I'm looking forward to going through it. Although for some reason Connor's opting out of doing the Haunted of Bly Manor, and I'm like, it doesn't matter if you've seen the first season. It's an anthology. It's a completely new story. And he's like, I'm not that interested. So looks like I'll be flying solo for Bly Manor again. Or, well, not Bly Manor again, you know what I mean. The new Twilight Zone review was a big surprise. For me too, Cindy. For me too. When you made the Patreon, did you ever really expect it to be nearly 400? I mean, hoped. I mean, obviously, you start a Patreon, you're like, oh, I hope this is 10 grand at some point. But, I mean, it felt far away for a long time. There was a while in the first year of the Patreon when it was, it was better than I thought it would be at the start, but it wasn't, It is worth mentioning there is a $100 patron right now who should have already actually left. I'm not sure if we're getting an extra month from them, but so it should go down by about 90 something soon. Still good though. I mean, that plus tips plus ad revenue adds up. But Patreon is great though, because Patreon's I mean, obviously anyone can leave at any time, but it's a more of a generally more consistent revenue. Very funny, Elsa. Remind Connor the numbers were better without him. The numbers were quite good for that first season. Hopefully, it can repeat that. Season 1 of Haunted in a Hill House. Well, you know what I mean. It's awkward talking about this because the name's changing each season, but Haunted in a Hill House did really well when it came out for numbers. It hit the zeitgeist. There's always a concern that season 2 can't do the same thing, but hopefully it will. And I'll try and fire through it one a day, give or take. I mean, Tim is definitely interested in watching it, but I mean, Tim can't really commit to doing an episode a day or even every other day. Well, maybe with the quarantine, maybe he can. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to talk to him, see if he's even mildly interested. This is probably going to be in October though, which I mean, we tend to be busier with stream stuff in October, so asking Tim to like add something else onto the list seems a bit much. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. Technically we did pass a Nuve Bowl goal, but I think once the $100 Patreon goes, we won't be over it anymore. There'll probably be a slight shift to that goal in that it will probably be me and Tim doing it on streams rather than me and Connor, but we'll do it. I tend not to count the ones that are known temporary. Temporary. That's the word I'm looking for. There's a goal at 500 to do a top 50 TV shows with me and Connor. they've not really. I mean, I think there was an implication there would be more, but they've not really mentioned it in a while. Hopefully, next week is or 2 weeks from now when they do the second half of fandom. Hopefully, that gives us maybe another wave of them. It could just be that they're waiting until they've got most of them in the can, because they said that Black Label in general they want to have mostly done before they announce them. So we'll see. We'll see. I hope there's more. I like most of them, and I really like two of them. Like really like the two Joe Hill ones. I really like. I mean, Plunge has still got one issue left, mind you. Alone in the Dark. Maybe Alone in the Dark. He's got a couple that could be called horror. There's a couple. So I don't know what the goals will be after 500, but a little bit of time to think about that though. Oh. Yeah, I mean, Basket Full of Heads I definitely recommend. Plunge I recommend. Dollhouse Family and The Lolo Woods were both pretty worth reading and interesting, if a bit more flawed overall, I think. But the only one that we didn't like at all was Daphne Byrne. That was the only one we weren't into. Yeah, Plunge is good. I like Plunge a lot. So does Matt. Just Connor's a bit of a stickler. He's like, me. So, yeah. I was conflicted because when I thought of that new vote for streams, which that didn't come out of me saying that we need something for the Patreon. I'm going to try and think of something. It came out of wanting to do less new movies, and I figured, well, the patrons might as well help decide what they are. Um, and and again, it's not all new movies. Obviously, some stuff will just get done automatically because obviously we're going to do the new Candyman. Obviously, we're going to do the new Halloween, so on, so on. But when I was deciding where to put it, I was conflicted because on the one hand I thought, well, if I put it in the $5 tier, it's maybe it makes the $5 tier a lot more juicy for people. It's an easier jumping on number. But then I thought, nah, $10 kind of needs something else. The $10 needs something else to, and $5 has all the early access. So I went with 10. But I mean, it's always debatable if that was the right choice. Are you going to pick tech back up whenever they put a new creative team on at some point? Oh yeah, I'll definitely check out the new creative team. I mean, obviously, if it's someone I hate, maybe I'll reconsider. But typically, I'll always try the new creative teams when I'm a bit like tech and action and so on. Oh. So, you know, tis what it is. Tis what it is. Oh. Hmm. Yeah, I've been monitoring the graphics cards in situation. Very intriguing. Depending on how available, what the prices are, it might mean I get a PS5 first. We'll have to wait and see. Wait and see. Am I streaming tomorrow? I'd say probably. I think probably is the correct answer to that. Oh, but cool. I think though I'm going to wrap up this stream right about now. We get some food. Is the main thing, and hopefully fall asleep before things get too late to get me back into some sort of reasonable working routine after a very weird weekend. So, and when I say weird, I just mean weird from a sleep schedule perspective, nothing else. So thank you very much for joining me, guys. I will see you next time. It has been a pleasure. So have a good night, and I will see you next time. Bye, guys.